Oh, did you? Testing. Ah. Why does this fucking work? How the fuck do I turn my Bluetooth on and off? Fuck. Well, I'm gonna do my thing, but I might be away from the microphone. Whatever. Anyway, I'm just gonna be doing some Dropbox first, and I'm gonna start drawing. This stuff is a little boring, but I gotta take care of it because I've been putting it off. Hey, hey, practicing, just doing my warm ups I've been avoiding recently. Fucking last part's always hard. Right. Just taking care of pretty crunchy. So I'm just gonna take. No, I'm just doing practice drills. I'm not even started them yet. I gotta do. I'm trying to off my left hand. Back to this. Thank you. I actually have box then. Oh, I've gone further than this. Other books. This book will be. Oh, fucking day are we today? Give me a second. Sure, why not? Timer went off, so You know my whole lore? Though I've forgotten most of my lore. I'm doing decently well, I guess. I don't know. Could be doing better, but everything's good except for finances. Same as how it goes. I'm gonna do my left hand. Definitely been having to push on my thumbs like this, left hand, to really improve the range. Really didn't think about how much range I have. Right hand has to do to move. Definitely like Alright, one more. Gotta measure. But it's not bad if I take. Not great, but it's not bad. Better than left hand. Fucking work. Left side has urge to. Gotta keep it. I do not have. Do not have them. So, I'm still kind of the. But honestly, all right, let's try this side. side is ended. I gotta bring both sides more in line. This shit sucks, by the way, guys. Really. That's off it was too. Don't properly. Like, it shouldn't be a big problem, and it seems like it's not even that off, but it is off. Just in the same way. So if it's consistently always off, it means that I perception issue. Back. Oh. It was a one-off, or it wouldn't happen from session to session, and concern myself too much with it. But I'm always parts always end up kind of finding their own points. All right, next thing is I didn't actually measure these. These look really fucking off. Might do this another day. Got to be fucking bad. I don't need to measure these. Oh yeah, I was doing ellipses. Probably do that at some point. I don't want to really. Back and do better. I'm supposed to do a thing. It's called called Panic Perspective. Whatever. Like this. Find it. It's just when it so it's of this, but just for the sake of I don't know, this seems kind of pointless and not really fun or anything. I'd rather do something like this here. This is something I developed for perspective, the letter, and then try to build the letter boxes. By your first. A little messier, but go box by box. I guess. How off I'm at. Readiness. I think like constructing a letter is more fun because it's a challenge, but how to actually build the letter. Um, that little fucking one. Thing is I could pull out. The idea is you don't want to, you could pull out perspective line, but the goal here is to learn how to make the shit neatly. But you kind of really want to set up your base as accurately as possible. Worry about that. I'm done with this shit. Coloring. This is. I definitely wanted to like. All right, I'm done with that. Yeah, all this shit's pretty hard. It's not easy, guys. Not easy being sleazy. I'm just getting some medicine in me, getting some vitamin D in me. Like the penis. Ugh, fuck. Yeah, it's not funny if I say it first, and that's kind of why I rushed to it. I just do them every day or every other day to commit uh to improve my brush handling. To improve my you don't have to do it for 7 hours. You just have to do it 20 minutes a day for 3 months, and that's gonna actually help you. It's about consistency, guys. It's always been about consistency. Really practiced effort, and not just like doodles where you're not thinking. It's just enough friction for you to just struggle a bit. All right. You guys don't like this tonal whiplash? An hour of 1 minute gestures. I mean, have you been getting results? That seems like a fucking lot. You better be really getting good at gestures. If you're not, you're doing it wrong. If you're doing an hour a day of gestures, you should be able, within like a few, even within a week, to be able to start pulling poses out of your brain for free. So I hope to God you can do that. Oh, I thought this was on top of just regular drawing. This is all the drawing you're doing a day? You know how they go, you know, I every day I think about art quite a lot to like get my head around it still to this day. And you know how they're like just draw every day, like even 30 minutes. What was I gonna say? My brain got fucking zonked. Oh, fuck. What the fuck was I gonna say? Oh yeah, people are like, I'm going to, holy shit, what the fuck's going on with my brain? Um, the suggestion is always to draw, like, if at least you're gonna draw a day, to draw like even at least 5 minutes a day. And like, objectively, that's good just to keep you interested, but like, that's like keeping the embers lit. Like, that's literally just so you don't lose passion for art entirely. That's like saying, like, walk to the gym every day to make sure that you stay interested in working out. But drawing every day also, like, if you draw 6 to 12 hours a day and it's not with some mild friction and intent to, and using recall and learning methods, you won't improve either. There's like there's a very specific condition to learn. I think that's where a lot of people get tricked up. And the reality, from my understanding and my research, because I did my own research, is that you need at least about 45 to an hour of focused learning. From within that segment, a lot of the time all you're doing is recalling a previous session and then learning what you're going to recall the next session. So it's not even sitting down and reading something and drawing what you see. It's literally sitting down, recalling what your previous lesson was, what you remember of it, correcting it, and then preparing yourself for what you're going to recall in the next session. Yeah, I think sharks always have to keep moving or they die. If they don't keep moving, then I find them and kill them, so they gotta keep moving, or they'll die from being found by me. True shark behavior. No, no, Taylor. After Bob, I gotta do comms. I gotta only focus on income, guys. That fucking sucks, but here's where it is. This is where I am right now. After this, I gotta maybe work on comics. I gotta start knuckling down and securing myself financially. So part of the reason I'm streaming more and more is because it helps me focus on my work, and that's what I really need to be doing right now. Focusing on something that provides income. Sorry, adulting is hard. LOL. Go man. Gotta keep an eye on my YCH today, and then I gotta do a bunch of poses for the next one. sorry guys about the typing. You're gonna hear typing from time to time. Better just consider it a free SMR. What I need is a little button to mute. Maybe I'll just mute. 1 second. I just gotta get better at muting. I'm in Japan right now, so I can't do anything that's awesome or fun. I think if I had access to like shrooms or weed, I'd be probably in a better spot with my art. It definitely helped with a lot of the anxiety I have. But unfortunately, I got to do this drug-free. One second. I mean, I don't know if that's true. Most Japanese girls are plain. Sorry, girls. Well, now I know that he gets pegged too, so now you told me. I know I'm having to reply to email. I'm dealing with some important stuff I have to hand out at the same time. That's time sensitive. So every so often you'll hear my cloppity clop keyboard. Does it bother you guys that I sound so stuffed up forever? I sound like Zach, like a sleepy Zach. It bothers me. I hear my voice and I'm like, I sound really fucking stuffed up. Like I'm permanently have some shit in my throat and my nose. It makes it hard to hear what I'm fucking saying because I'm not speaking with any clarity. Yeah, that's I was using a voice changer. I mean, I can put that back on. The problem with that is that it eats up. It was eating up my CPU speed and stuff, but I can go back to that one day. I so I find it quite revealing The term you used. I don't know what you're talking about. There's a lot happening here. 1 second. You said here, how often do you have to force yourself to do art? See, I noticed that you use the word force. And you shouldn't be using the word forced right off the bat. That seems wrong. And I get why you'd say that, and for a while, you know, basically what I'm gonna say is this. Until you solve the problem of you using the word forced, art's gonna always be a headache and miserable to you as it was to me. My issue right now is that I actually quite enjoy drawing all the time, non-stop, in my sketchbook, for myself. When it comes to having to do stuff that involves like long protracted stories or storyboarding, not so much, but like I could pretty much kill a 50-page sketchbook in about a week. So my problem is no longer having to draw. My problem is that I'm using drawing to avoid real life problems. So it's become a kind of an escape hatch. But there's definitely a way to do art and it not be like avoiding life. There's definitely, you can definitely find yourself on the other side of the how do I get to draw every day and it still be a problem. So ultimately my advice is that you have to find a way to draw that's fun, and to do that you have to make sure that basically don't connect your drawing to your self-worth, just connect it to the process of drawing. If dragging a pen across the paper doesn't feel good, if seeing your ideas coming to life on page or working out some ideas don't feel good, if drawing, ignoring the actual output itself and just the process of doing it, think of it this way. If you can't see yourself, if you had to draw for a week and you couldn't see any of your drawings, like if you were able to draw but you couldn't actually see the end result, would you still be drawing? It's hard to explain what that means, but like you really need to divorce yourself from the actual output and value the time spent, not what comes out of you. Yeah, I like sketching too, quite a lot. I don't really like finishing art either. And I think that's fine. That's why I have a bunch of sketchbooks full of sketches, because that's actually quite fun. So when it comes to finding time to draw, part of that solution for me was just something I adopted from when I wanted to take a lot more photos, was to always have my camera on me, and to do that I always had to have a bag on me. I always had to have a man purse on me. And once I got used to having a man purse on me, it got easier to keep my camera on me. And now that I always have my man purse on me, it's very easy to always have my sketchbook and supplies on me. So I think it comes down to just the hardest part to drawing all the time is learning to accommodate the fact that you need to always have a sketchbook on you. And then as soon as you sit down, and learning to pull all that shit out real quick and not make excuses. So it's like, if you sit down to wait for a... Pull it first before you pull your phone out, I guess is what I'm saying. If you go to a restaurant, or you're even like just waiting for a bus standing, you can draw standing. It's not hard. I've done it tons and tons and tons. And if your sketchbook's too bulky, then get some postcards or a smaller sketchbook. But anyway, the point I'm making is that it's actually quite easy to draw, like get an hour of drawing throughout the day. It's just about time management and how to sneak it in. Because finding 4 moments of 15 minutes where you're kind of idle-handed is pretty easy. Unless you like have a crazy job and you have kids and shit, but that's where the phone fits in. So if you just replace that where the phone fits in with pulling out your sketchbook, it gets quite easy to throw in an hour a day. I mean, even if you wake up and have breakfast, while you're eating breakfast, just draw while you're eating, draw your fucking breakfast. If this is really what you want, if you want to be an artist, you want to draw, you want to illustrate, you're going to have to find a way to compete your desire to draw with all the devices out there that want you to do something else. And you do that just by getting used to getting into habits. I know it sucks. It's funny. I was drawing at a Turkish restaurant, and before I could leave, I was drawing the staff, and by the time I left, they had already convinced me to give them the drawing and put it on the wall. So people are going to be interested. You're just going to have to accept that. And if it starts getting too heated, then you just like get up and leave and go somewhere else. But I don't know, you just have to deal with looky-loos. Who cares if someone's looking at you do something? At least listen, think of it this way. If people are paying attention to you drawing in public, it means you're doing something more interesting than what most people are doing, which is looking at their fucking phones. So you're already a compelling, interesting person. And hey, standing out in a crowd means you might actually get someone who's interested in you in a romantic way. That might be your opener. I'll be honest, like, I don't actively try to find relationships, but art's a pretty good opener in these days because it just really sticks out. It really makes you stick out in a crowd when it comes to like if you're at a party and everyone's on their phone and then you're drawing, people are immediately more tolerant and more interested in you just by default. Because you're not part of the machine, a cog in the machine, I guess. And I mean, I don't particularly like that attention, but it is part of the game. What I'm saying is that you can play it up as a strength if ever you want to. So to donate to me right now, I'm in the middle. I guess I woke up this morning and I noticed I could actually get donation button. I could apply for a donation button, which I did, but if you want to donate to me, I'll give it to you. Give me a second. You want to go through my coffee. I should probably lick my coffee. One thing that I really started enjoying is I got pretty good at drawing the likeness of people. And I actually didn't think this had something I really like doing, but I definitely like drawing people out, like going to an event and drawing people and nailing their how they look and then giving that to people. Like I wouldn't say like a caricaturist, but something in the middle, like kind of like, as you know, not trying to humiliate the person, but you know, nailing their how they look and then them seeing themselves. People seem to like that. All right, let's see what we got here. Wow, my voice is all fucked up. When your voice gets fucked up from being lazy. I was at 8:14 a.m. You guys are lucky I'm fucking streaming so early, but it's the only time that I know most of you guys are up. So I started at 7:30. Might watch a bit of Barnable Jones. Nice, inoffensive murder mysteries. Little Barnabas Jones. I need to make a streaming landing page so when I promote my streaming, people can find it. Like 4 locations right now. I was thinking of doing a thing to help me kind of break through my mental hurdle with art, with comics. And since I was a little gooner, come on, man. Come on, man, don't say it like that. It's wild. I was gonna say, oh, there's also Gumroad if you want to support tutorials on Gumroad. 1 second. What was it I was gonna say? I had something on my mind. But I forgot. My brain got distracted. Yeah, that's the idea. Is if you go somewhere where people expect it to draw, you can draw them. I like drawing people on the bus and in the restaurants. All right, one second. I'm gonna go to the washroom briefly. I might step out for a quick meal, so I'm gonna BRB for about 5-10 minutes. Um, Also, if you're looking to support me, another option is this here. You can support me through purchasing YCHs here. That would help me quite a lot. So if you want to keep an eye on that and bid on poses and stuff you want, that'd be great. I gotta put up 4 more this week. Oh, you got a few shitty clients?
Were they extremely demanding, constantly making small changes in requests? No, I mean, well, you can. I don't know if I'll be able to do free drawing today, but... I'm about to step out and I'm gonna grab myself something to eat, so I'll be right back in about 5-10 minutes. Alright, I'm back 1 second. So, I was thinking either I can do a tutorial review curry bread and fucking gummies. Because I'm a child. Deep fried. I'm going to maybe play a bit of this video I've been wanting to watch. I might watch it while I work.
About creating a comic book and what me and my buddy Dan Warren did when we created the comic Steve Lichman. First, I'm going to speak on the cost mentally in terms of making something big like that. Like, both our projects are fairly large. Everything that realistically is going to kind of come out of a project with a tight-ish turnaround, and how we managed to put out both books relatively quickly. And I don't really plan on making this video a video about here's how to make the thing that's super inspired. It's going to be very practical in this and just explain what that will all look like. And at the very end of the book, I will walk through the literal steps of getting the book printed. So the beginning is going to be the experience of it, what to expect. The back half will be getting a book made, and what is that? How do you even start? How do you self-publish a thing? And if you're unfamiliar with me and my buddy Dan, who we made the Steve Lichman books together, we crowdfunded 2 volumes of our comics. The first one was 252 pages. The second one was 430 or 35, but very large hardcover books, really nice paper and everything. We self-published the whole thing, managed it all, shipped it all. We only worked with one other person during that whole process besides the people that printed it. And we'll show you exactly what that looks like to have done. Since we did the books, we sold roughly around 35,000 copies, just to tell you our own experience and
Jesus Christ.
I'm talking about is coming from. Okay, so first and foremost, it's having the idea. You can say you want to make something like it. You want to have your own intellectual property, your own IP. But what does that actually mean? You know, you can't just start and say that you're going to do a thing just because you want to, just because you want to have a comic that exists. You should have a point of inspiration. That can be from whatever, just whatever interests you, makes you excited to do the thing. Because at the end of the day, if there's no interest from you, there's no love from you, you're not super excited about doing it, then you've already lost the most important fan you could ever have, which is just you. If you like what you're doing, then you know you have a guaranteed audience of you. And that's really the first thing I would say, is that you need to have confidence in what your idea is. The dumbest people in the world are the most successful because they don't know that their ideas are dumb. and they just push through and steamroll to the end. And really intelligent people go through that whole ordeal with self-doubt all the time and never really end up doing anything. The only real kind of motivational thing I'll say here is that I want more people to make things. I feel like people don't make enough things. And when you make something of yourself and you give yourself back to the world and relate to other people, I feel like that's the strongest connection you can have to someone else. Like, I don't have that through my illustrations, really. Like, I kind of do, and I get like experientially through like doing something like this where I'm teaching. I hear people give me feedback, and it's really positive, and it makes me happy that I can do something and impact somebody's life in a positive way, and that's enjoyable. But when it comes to really relating to people, nothing does it better than a story, or a property that has some narrative through it. When I'm doing my comic work, I find that that's when I have the best connection to people. That comic series is the thing that I get the most messages about. I want to see people make things. Let's get back to the reality of making your own thing and what that's going to look like. So you're going to start with your idea that you're excited about. You're really loving this initial thought. You roll with it. You create the first couple issues, whatever. You put it out in front of people, see people's reaction. For us, we put out Steve Lichman on Imager and Reddit. It blew up. It started to get like some audience. It got like 30 something thousand views. I don't know how you would have to do that. Maybe you have to do that through Reels or some other social media stuff to get it in front of people. Maybe you need voice actors to take part and read pages as you show clips. Whatever it takes to get it in front of people. We garnered attention that way. And in that, we had enough of like a feedback from people to understand that it's like, while we might like a bunch of story ideas that we have, if there's not like a huge kind of plus to going all the way and creating a huge book that we know is going to take a ton of time, it's difficult to set that like time budget for that project. Because doing your own thing, especially if it's meaty and there's a lot to it, it's going to take a lot of you. It's no easy task.
That's not me.
Having that reaction from people
That's someone else.
was enough.
I'm watching a video.
Like, okay, people are resonating with this thing that's just wholly us. We're not going to change ourselves to make this. And as it is right now, with how we've made it for us, it's coming across very positively. So let's see what else we can do. Put out a handful of issues. It got popular. We decided that we would do a Kickstarter. At the time, Kickstarters were just everywhere. And we thought we could do that. Like, we know how to do the work. We could figure out how to make a comic. But it's not going to be the best thing in the world. That's kind of our whole philosophy with it, is don't worry about being perfect. You'll never be perfect. It's fine. And we could probably do it within a certain amount of time. We had done like 5 comics. Okay, that's enough to kind of get an idea of how long a book of 25 issues might take to make. Who knows? Factor in Murphy's Law, things can go wrong. The cool thing about making your own stuff is that you have creative freedom. You can work and create exactly what you want to make it for you, make it what you love. Client work has its own downsides, but client work is also something that has its own built-in structure. And when it comes to making your own stuff, you need to be the one who facilitates that structure. Because if I know anything about creatives, it's that we're down to just keep on creating. And we don't always lock into a specific vision and stick to it all the way to a finish line. Not that you have to be like so stuck in the mud as far as like what you're going to do, but you do need a structure and you do need to drive it all the way. Try and ignore all those things that get exciting along the way where you go like, oh, we could make it this and this and this and this and build it out now until it's something
Sounds
that's
good.
insurmountable. Keep it manageable. Try and keep the vision throughout, and don't deviate too much into the wandering phase where you just are creating constantly. There's not a deadline unless you make it for you. And no one's going to come and, babysit you while you do it. So you have to be pretty disciplined as far as seeing this thing through. So here's the reality of doing this. you know, you're going to run into all sorts of things. And I've written down a whole list to make sure that I'm not just meandering and messing around during this whole video. So you're going to have a lot of doubt. Is this even good? Sometimes you'll reread the same thing you wrote like 1,000 times and then be like, is that funny? Like for us, for Steve, that's a comedy. Is this funny? Is it even good? You see the same thing a million times, you start to question it. For me, it's the instinct of like, yes, the initial thing made you laugh. If you edit it down too much, it's like you can smooth out the rough edges and kind of perfect this thing a little bit. But for me, if you question that too much, it's like, yeah, you're just kind of forgetting what the initial impact was. A great song can start to sound a little mundane if you listen to it constantly all day, every day, right? So you don't want to doubt yourself too much. If your initial feeling was really positive, you felt good about it, trust yourself. Trust that
Oh
that's all
yeah.
right. And also
So my
trust that
idea
this
was,
isn't the last
I'll
thing you'll
pause
ever
this.
make. So if that thing isn't
So my idea was to crowdsource a comic. So it's like, just literally have people tell me what happens next during that drawing session. Like have a support tier and then just be like, I open up a panel and people say what they want to happen story-wise and then just draw it live as a weird experiment. Alright, I gotta pause again and swap chat. I changed the view I'm on. 1 second. I might swap to my PC because I'm currently on my iPad. I also haven't had a chance to actually write down my schedule today, and I need to do that more often. The Young Turks, TYT. Take your time. I assume that's what you meant. Oh yeah, there was some drawing I wanted to draw on. 1 second, let me dig that up.
absolutely perfect, it's okay. You do your best when you're doing it. Trust that you did your best and move forward. You will learn and grow through repetition. Will the first page be worse than the last page? Probably. Should you go back and redo all those first pages because of that? If you want to. Do you have to? No, you don't. You can just make these things, make sure that it all works. If there's clear narrative issues or whatever and you got to edit those, okay. But don't get stuck in perfection. That'll kill you. And don't constantly question, is it good just because you're super used to seeing it? Another thing is isolation. When you're working on a project like this, it's like it takes intense focus. And in that focus, those hours, you're going to inevitably be isolated. And you're going to potentially go through burnout. Burnout for me was just, I would say, doubt more than anything else. It's not burnout because the work was so hard. It was burnout because I just felt like I wasn't getting anything in return. It's an unfortunate kind of side effect of the day and age that we live in, of dopamine addiction and getting constant feedback on things as you do things. And not having that because you're creating this huge book and that's going to come out as like one solid thing, it can be frustrating to think like, oh, nobody's seeing this. I'm doing all this. Is it worth it? Is this even going to work? What am I doing? I would finish issues and feel depressed and just feel like, ugh, like that was a lot of work. And I just don't really know what to do.
I'm not. I'm hiding my screen right now.
But, you get used to that feeling.
You'll see it when I get back.
And getting feedback from somebody.
I'll show you in a second.
Whether it's like an art director or a friend or whoever. But for me, during the project, I felt very isolated. I felt like I was losing my excitement for the whole process because I just got stuck in this loop of like finishing these big issues and then feeling like, oh, there's nothing really there giving me that positive recognition that I'm doing something worthwhile. So you
it's all black. It's gonna keep being all black until I'm done finding the file.
With my like emotional state throughout creating like a 400 plus page book, you can start to feel like, man, what is this? Like, what am I doing? But if you can break through that and you get past the the dopamine hurdle, then you start to get into, at least for me, I got into more of like a Zen state where I was like, I'm okay. I just need to be consistent. So the reality of dedicating yourself to a project, at least for me, and it's going to be dependent on how your schedule is, was it's not really something that I could do in my spare time. If I want this to happen and I want it to be correct and I want it to all come out well, then this has to be what I do. And like I'm the kind of person where like if I start on a thing, I need to see it through. Like I will work on that thing all the way to the other side. Maybe that's because I've done a project like this and I kind of know what it takes and I don't want to be
afraid of the dark
and then feel like, the rest of this is just going to drag because I know that first half hurt so much to do, and the reality that I like had a break and now I have to come back to it. Sometimes that's a difficult pill to swallow. And in that way, since I know I'm going to be dedicating like thousands of hours to this thing, I kind of just need to see it through. That's kind of where like the Kickstarter stuff comes into play, setting aside, I don't know how, some form of income so that you can survive throughout the project, and then just sticking to it even when you don't have funding for it that makes any sense, and just biting the bullet and getting it done. There's a lot of trade-offs that you have to make. It's like you're going to have less free time, less time to socialize. I mean, it's really the reality of doing a project on your own or with a friend or whoever, small team. It's like, if you realistically want to get the thing done within a certain time frame, it always balloons, even, at least for me, even in like the smallest scale project, inevitably, it ends up being more work than you think it is. For me, sometimes that comes from just being in it for so long that like I've learned how to do it. And then as I learn how to do it, I want to do more on each page as I go. You can mitigate that, however, or set strict kind of timelines for yourself to make sure that you're getting things done. That's kind of how I've seen things going for me, is that it's not necessarily that like the scope expands or that story expands. It's more that my involvement in it becomes like all I'm doing. So I want all of me to be in it. So I end up investing a ton of myself in every page, and then that makes it better for sure. But if I'm redrawing the same expression a million times to make it this like expression that I know perfectly captures the line we wrote, then, I'm going to be here a while. That's just what it is. There's motivation, which is fine. That's like the initial thing for doing something, but discipline is everything. Discipline is the real workhorse mentality. It's like once you get into it and you're stuck on a schedule and you're working through, that's what you're dependent on. Some days you're more motivated than others. Discipline means you're showing up and doing the work even when you feel like you got nothing. You're just going to do it to do it. And there's going to be a long time where you just don't want to. Like you don't want to do it. Like I had many days where I woke up and I went, all right, my quota is 3 pages a day. All right. I said I would do 3 pages a day until this date because that's what will get this book done in time to print and ship within the Kickstarter's basic promise. Does that always happen the way you want it to? No, it doesn't. But you try. And that quota is there just to say, here's the bare minimum of what you can do. If you feel like you can do
Yeah, I
more
drew
than
this
that,
yesterday
all
at
right.
Comic Head.
If that's not for you, like for
And I
if you look at
figured I'd
this,
like
you'll get what I'm saying by 3 pages. a
ink
day.
over it.
It's not this super detailed comic. That was what I set for myself. So I did 3 pages a day, every day. That was it. So that's where we get to schedule. So I had a quota for myself based off of a Google Sheets that I had set up, which is just a spreadsheet showing every individual issue that's going to be in this comic, the estimate of pages based off of each script that was written, which we looked at the scripts and then just I kind of figured based off of the handful of issues I had already done how many pages each one of these scripts was going to be. And it was all an estimate. Summed up the total of pages in the whole book, took that 3-page quota and figured out a schedule based off of that. More or less taking the time frame and just being like, okay, this is what it's going to take. Add a buffer on the end for things that could go wrong, which Murphy's Law, something will go wrong, and then go from there. If I were just doing something and I were just going for it and having it be based off of my motivation, my excitement for a thing, it would take me forever. I care more about being consistent than being like super excited. If I know that the love exists in the script and I was very happy during that, then I can carry that through with hard work to the final image. It doesn't mean I'll love every step of that process. I'll love it some days more than others. But that small progress through consistency, it beats the intensity of getting 1,000,000 pages done and then facing like burnout and doubt and just rushing and feeling ugh. The 3 pages is something I know I can do. So that's why that's there. If you can do one, whatever, then you can figure out a time frame for yourself to get a project done. If you know you can stick to that, then you know you're going to have something by the end of that timeline. And also, when you plan like that, you remove that feeling of making a decision every day about what am I going to work on. Once you have everything put in a Google Sheet like we had, you know what you're doing next. You know exactly what you're doing next. So like for me, I whenever I finished an issue, I would change the color of that line in the spreadsheet to whatever. If I was working on it or I had started it, that would have its own color. Me and Dan Warren, we'd be looking at the thing, the spreadsheet the whole time we're working. I would send files over to Dan. He would do color fills and send them back to me. I would do shadows and whatever. And we just like had this streamlined process. And I always knew what I had to do. It made it more machine-like than I think I would like as an artist. But that's just part of it. That's part of it, like making the thing real. If you have a massive project like that, it's just consistency and follow through, discipline and scheduling. When you manage the thing, you can make the thing. If you go off of your inspiration and motivation and excitement and joy and happiness the whole time, you're going to have a rough time. Guaranteed. You're just going to have to deal with it. Certain things are going to happen. You're going to get sick. You're going to have issues. You're going to need money. And when you fall behind, you just have to be honest and change the scheduling. And then if you have to, it's like you have to tell people, like if you're doing a Kickstarter, just tell them you fell behind. Tell them the honest truth. Always be super honest with everybody. Even if they don't believe you, Like, we had to be honest about certain things in our production, and people thought we were lying because they wanted something in return and they were expecting this thing. Some people thought the books didn't even exist at a certain point, which is fine. That's their right as people to be like, yeah, I invested in this thing. I want the project. I don't have it yet. You can't decide whether or not the printer that you are using will have a certain color, hardcover, cloth cover in a timely manner for you on this specific date. There's going to be things that happen that throw you for a loop and you go, shit. You can't plan for everything, but it's better if you plan, period. I want to talk about perfectionism again. You can think that you're being somebody who's trying to make everything perfect, but that is such a dangerous thing, because you can so quickly turn that into procrastination. You can so quickly say that like you're making the right decisions for the right reasons with the right motivation, but in reality it's just your own doubt in yourself. You have to make the thing first. You have to just make the thing. And I think there's just like a real issue with making something feel so precious that you don't feel that immediacy to like make the thing and put it out into the world. You can start to feel like you're babying it too much, and then nobody's ever going to see it because it will never be what you want. Trust in yourself that if you are the kind of person who likes to make stuff, write, whatever else, that there's more of that in you, and that this is just one story. You do your best with what you can do right now, but this version of you that's going to be absolutely perfect and makes the thing the best thing you've ever made every single time, that person does exist, but that person exists behind a wall of experience. And experience is what you need, and you will not get experience unless you finish these things. Finishing these things, even if they're not perfect, most readers will never see all the issues that you see in your creation. They just won't. That's really the reality, is that for all the pain that you go through making something, most people don't notice it. It's like you spend so much time on a panel that people go right past. So you have to decide efficient, effective ways of doing things while also putting in all your effort, but not over perfecting everything to the point where it never gets done. You're going to let go.
I think that's
certain
Raposa
things,
guy knows what
and
he's
you're going
talking
to
about.
put emphasis, hopefully, on the things that really matter. I would look at your favorite mangaka author, dude who makes manga, person who makes manga. Look at the books, look at the panels, look at when things are super simple, look how efficient they are. Sometimes there's no background. It's just a character on a black and white panel. Does it need more, or would more busy it up too much? Would busying it up mess up the flow? Pacing in comics is so important. There's so much to learn. Don't be perfect. Be you. Some things to watch out for when you do start to create your project. You don't want to start too big, over-promising, giving yourself this massive task you can't complete. If you understand the scope, then you kind of know when to pare back. Doing sample issues, a couple pages here and there, getting a feel for how this would go, doing tests, that's all very important. I would rather do, like, take it from me, having done stuff like that, I would rather spend my time doing a handful of test style things that take time and don't lead to anything besides just having the sample. I would rather do a bunch of those than spend months on a book that becomes unmanageable because I didn't
Well,
do
as soon
that,
as you
'cause I
said
was
Brotherhood of
too
Steel, I
anxious
figured
to
that's
get
what you
going,
meant.
and I wanted to just have a thing. Know what you're getting yourself into. Don't worry about what everybody's going to say about your stuff. Trust yourself. Trust that you love it. Trust that that's enough, that you're good enough, that your excitement and your interest in the thing is going to carry it. Don't worry about everybody else. You're not everybody else. You're making this for you, and it just so happens that hopefully other people out there are like you, and they like it too. So how come people don't make stuff? Well,
It's hard.
let's say they start a thing and they don't make it. Why don't they finish it? Again, they underestimate how long it's going to take. no discipline. They stop doing it when they lose inspiration, and they never stop the ideation phase and move into the completion phase of just executing the project. They don't do that pivot and go, okay, now let's put in the real work. That's a big part of it. Okay, so I talked about all the downsides and things that you're going to go through, struggles, what it will take to do the thing. But look, here's Steve Lichman Volume 2 and Steve Lichman Volume 1. This is what you get to look forward to if you do carry it all the way through to the end. You have books, huge books that you send out, people enjoy, and you get to feel this sense of accomplishment for years, Hey, look at that. Whole comic. Done. It exists. Look at that. It's crazy. It's an insane feeling to get to the end of a project and hold the thing you spent months and months and months on. And that's everything too. That's designing the actual book itself, doing all the foil design work, the spine, choosing all the materials, all of it, for both of these. And then I have a stain on it from my son from drinking juice and looking at it. And you have these things that you can hold. And you get to make all kinds of decisions. If you're like us and you self-publish, which I'm going to get into next, then you get to control every aspect of how these are made. Do you think a traditional comics publisher would spend all this money making beautiful hardcover books for a comic series about a skeleton that lives in a dungeon and wants to die? No, they wouldn't. There's just thick pages and everything, and it takes a ton of time and effort. It's expensive. Let's get into it. What are we doing? How do we make stuff? So before I get too deep into the creation of the book itself, I'll touch on the Kickstarter campaign. As I mentioned earlier, we did 6 issues, and then we worked up, after we put those up online and they had a good positive reaction, we did a chunk of the book up front, the first, I think, like a handful of issues past that, and we put them up as a preview on a website. We put that around online, it got traction, and that became our hook to get people to invest into the Kickstarter. We had no expectation for the Kickstarter. We were going to raise, our goal was like $18,000 based off of numbers that we had seen on like Print Ninja. We didn't do that. We didn't use Print Ninja. We ended up doing it all just me and Dan and a middleman named Mark Vieira. We themed our Kickstarter around the book. It feels very in-universe. You can look at it if you want. If you just look up Steve Lichman Kickstarter on Google, you'll see it. Oh, a bunch of illustrations throughout. It's written like the comic, that sort of thing. Just theming was important for us. We kept our rewards very minimum because the thing that we don't like is over-promising and then not being able to deliver, or having something like silly, like you put a bookmark on there and the bookmarks are late in printing, therefore the books are delayed, which nobody cares if they get that bookmark if they don't even have the book. Stuff like that we tried to mitigate. You promote the thing, hopefully you get recommended on the front page of Kickstarter if it goes well. You do your best to kind of build hype up by doing whatever you want. We did streaming, we did a bunch of Twitch streaming and put videos out, and a lot of things leading up to the Kickstarter and throughout the Kickstarter's funding. We raised a bunch of money. We got offers in printing, and that's where we led to our decision to more or less take a lot of that responsibility onto ourselves rather than going through a traditional publisher who would take just a lot more income from us. As creators, we want to own the thing. We want total control over the printing process. We personally love books. Dan and I both collect antique books. We had a specific vision for it, and that was important to us. So using our guy, Mark Vieira, we had a variety of things to go through. One big issue that happened in the beginning was, and this is something you should do, check all your files, make sure they work in CMYK. That's the color profile that you're going to print in. Our skeleton, it's not a skeleton, he's a lich, but Steve Lichman, his skin was this certain shade of blue that didn't translate to the final book. So we had to change every single page to that new color. And then we had to check all the other characters to make sure they worked and they weren't too dead in the print. Learned a lot about that. Having each page have a certain bleed, certain resolution and size, formatting all the pages correctly, having there be an odd number of pages. That's an important thing. And that will dictate how pages print. So, you have page 1, right? It's the flat page, and then you turn it, page 2. Okay, so if you're doing a double page spread, all even number pages, they will start on the one side and the odd numbers are on the other side, right? So if you have a 400-page book, you have to make sure that you're keeping in mind what number page you're on for that double page spread, or it won't print right. Stuff like that, stuff you don't really think about until you're making a book, and then you go, oh shit. Then you need all the measurements. Like, you commit to the page count, you need the measurements. That will tell you how big the spine is going to be of the book and the cover size, and then you get the bleeds. Like for us, we had that, like you saw the gold foil for the comic. All that stuff needed to be measured out with bleed and set to these foil presses that are going to go on the book
How to Make a
itself.
Book
And
Mentally and
that's its own
Physically
thing.
by
You
Dave
like convert
Raposa.
colors on an inked drawing and make it so all the light tones that are going to appear bright against that colored cover background, those are all going to be black in the file because they're going to be printed. So it's just a bunch of stuff like that. We chose a printer in Shenzhen, China. That's just who our guy worked with. Then there's a matter of picking everything that's going to be in the book. You're going to pick the page texture, matte, glossy, whatever, textured paper, newsprint, however you want to do it. It's all up to you and your style. You're going to get samples of all that. Check that out. Figure out what you want to do. And then get samples printed of your pages on all of those that you want so you can see how they all compare. And this is all going to take a lot of time. For us, it was longer because we're getting samples from China, it's coming to the US, then we're approving things and so on and so forth. You do that a bunch. Cover materials are the same thing. It's like, here's a number of colors that you can choose from with this certain material type. There's tons of material type that you can do for covers, especially like hardcover. That was all things you have to factor into time. And all of that takes a lot of time because you are having back and forth. And if something isn't right, then you're going to have to then fix that, figure it out, get the new sample, approve or disapprove or whatever, and try and adjust for that and move forward. Once you have all of that, then you have a better idea of how much everything's going to cost. The per book cost. Once you have all the materials picked out, the paper, you can kind of go from there. Thankfully, because we had already adjusted all of our rates based off of Print Ninja, we overestimated how much we thought each book was going to cost because Print Ninja charged way more. And if you do it on your own, it costs way less. I can't give you a rate for that right now because it's literally been like years and years since we did the last book. I know everything has changed price-wise. Let's just say that whatever it is, it's going to be cheaper if you do it on your own versus if you go through a print-on-demand place or one of these places that advertises for convenience. I'm telling you the way to make the most money off of your book, but it's also one of the more painful ways. You can do the legwork to get your book into stores yourself or get an agent to help you with that, whatever you have to do. Once you have those books and the Kickstarter's fulfilled, then it's up to you to get these things in the hands of distributors or whoever else. And that's its own hurdle to get over. For us, we had the convenience of essentially just having an online presence, and we could open up a Shopify store that linked to what I'm about to talk about, which is the distributors. We're using Quartermaster Logistics, which is great. They fund Kickstarters. They have warehouses in multiple countries that can ship your supply wherever it needs to go. And if I were to tell you what to do in terms of getting your books out to everybody or whatever you make after you do a Kickstarter, I would say do one of these sort of companies like Quartermaster. I'm sure there's other ones that you could use. I find that they're pretty great, easy to work with. We had scheduled pickups for all of our pallets of books after they were done being printed. Also, just to say, a million things go wrong in printing your books. You will have to approve things, make sure that somebody's there at the factory to oversee any issues that may come up. That should be easy enough to do. You could even go there yourself. Anyway, when you have a shipper like Quartermaster, what you're going to do is they're going to be in China, and then you're going to take this thing from China, put it onto multiple boats, and ship them to the different locations. So hopefully you have a distributor in Asia somewhere. If you're getting stuff to like Australia or wherever else, you're gonna need to do that through one of these places in the Pacific, around that area, and then somewhere in Europe for that, and then also potentially South America and the US. Depending on how big of a Kickstarter or reach that you have, that can change what you do. You may only do domestic. Right now, we only offer domestic. We'll offer international when we do our next book, but for now, all of our stock is sitting in a place in Florida. You're going to be waiting, and so many things can happen during this. Boats can be stopped. Stuff can be delayed heavily. Once they get on those boats, anything can happen. And let me tell you, if we're talking about Murphy's Law, things go wrong. When we did our first book, we didn't use Quartermaster. I'm giving you better advice. We used Amazon's distribution service here in the US to do all our domestic and international shipping. I don't think they offer this anymore, but you used to be able to set up a profile with them, have stuff go right to their warehouses, and then they'll ship everything. And we had all kinds of stuff happen. We had our stuff go to like a shoe facility that they have. And we had, speaking of shipping, because we factored into Print Ninja's rates, we had custom boxes printed for every individual. They're called bumper boxes, so they protect the corners of your hardcover book so they don't get damaged in the shipping. Custom packages for everything. At the shoe facility at Amazon, they took all of those off, which was devastating. And then they were like, we can't ship these. These are books. They're not shoes. So we had crazy delays. we had to get them sent somewhere else. It was a nightmare. And that's just our little thing. And we had stuff where like when we finally got like our extra set of books from one of these places that was just ones that were unaccounted for, because I guess we had sent too many or something. I honestly can't remember the reason. There was just left in a pallet covered in a tarp in the middle of the desert here in Colorado. It was crazy. And we had to go and pick that up. Tons of weird things happened. You kind of have to be okay with letting go a little bit, even though it's the most important thing in the world to you at the time. But there's a ton of things you're just not going to be able to plan for. So you have to plan for the inevitability of things going wrong, which they will. Because, like I said, once they get on those boats, who knows? I know my buddy who made one of like I think it's the Exploding Kittens game.
It's Tech Lumiere.
Stuff was on a boat.
This guy's a YouTube.
Like months, just stuck, not being able to come.
This guy's made out of YouTubes.
So I mean, you never know. If you're gonna do it on your own, like you just have that big ol' truck deliver multiple pallets of books to your house, get people you love to help you, because shipping all that stuff is going to be a nightmare. And when I say like distribution center, like Quartermaster is important, that's more what I'm talking about. It's like dependability. They have a whole infrastructure there that you are going to pay a little bit extra for peace of mind that somebody is looking after all the people that are getting these things from you, books, whatever else. You really want somebody to, if you can factor that in and you can afford it, you really want somebody to be helping you with your customer service stuff. Because, you know, you might not have anybody on the Kickstarter side, that's all you. But when it comes to shipping, my goodness, is that a nightmare. So if you can do that, that's great. Quartermaster does that. Other places do that. And I mention them because you might look at some places, and I'm telling you from experience, you might look at some places and be like, oh, okay, this place is offering a much cheaper rate. I should go with them. Trust me, you're not going to pay like a premium for Quartermaster. It's not like the rich people place. But paying next to nothing for something that's like going to be haphazard and you're just going to be constantly playing customer service roles all the time and not doing any more of your art or making anything, that's the worst. We had a place in Europe that we had used for shipping stuff for our international orders, and I would say 4 out of 10 orders got lost. And the amount of replacements we had to send that also got lost, we just ended up losing so much money and everything in that process that we just had to refund everybody and get our books back and ship them back overseas. It was just too much for us to deal with. And yeah, it was its own full-time job. So watch out for those pitfalls because that definitely can happen. So to wrap this up, this is a long video. I'm sorry I dragged forever. I just wanted to tell anybody who's interested in this what they have to look forward to. Everything I laid out is crazy and it can be daunting, but it's worth it. Like I said, I got those books I picked up. I showed you physical products that you have forever. A little bit of pain or a lot of pain to have something of you exist in the universe forever. I mean, you will exist in the universe forever. You're stardust. But you know what I'm saying. You put your stamp on something. This was all you. You put it out. Here it is. All that hard work accumulated into this thing. If you want to go through the traditional publishing route, go for it. Be my guest. There's a ton of stuff that you're going to be avoiding.
Right after this,
but they own things. I'm telling you how to own your thing completely. It's super painful. It's hard.
I have to post stuff.
It's really hard, but you own it. And if you get a literary agent like we do, me and Dan, then you can sell your thing to a movie studio or whatever, and it's yours. It's not you and the publishing company that has a huge say in everything and gets to make decisions on your behalf. It's you, and you get to make those decisions, and you get to have that control. And we've had that. So I'm telling you, it's worth it. It's worth biting the bullet, going through whatever years of pain for the thing that you love, to put it out into the world and control its destiny and your own destiny, because it could turn into something great, bigger than you ever thought. Because most people don't make things. If you commit and you finish something, you'll be in a very small club of people that have actually made a thing. People dream of making something. It just seems impossible. I've laid out pretty much the whole thing without the nitty-gritty details of exactly what you're going to do, just to give you an idea of what it's like. It's very hard, and people don't do it. But if you do it, you're going to feel great. It's going to feel amazing. After all that pain, you make the thing you want to make. It's worth it. I promise you, it's worth it.
I might take a short
Most
break
people,
after this.
only
Yes.
ever talk about doing a thing. They never go through with it for the most part. Be part of that small group that does something, and you do it for you. And in by doing it for you, you do it for everybody. We need people making things that are original, of their own blood and sweat. That's the best stuff. I love when people do that. I'm always here for people to support people and help. And that's why I'm making this video, because I want more young people to just go for it. And don't feel like you need to be destroyed by a company that wants to own everything you are. You can do it on your own. We did it on our own. It's harder, but it's worth it. And I would never say like, oh, the reason I'm able to do it is because I'm so talented and I'm so lucky. No, it's because I was willing to stick to it, get through to the end. I was able to eat shit the whole time and be cool with that and I finished it. So how much of that are you willing to do for your thing once you do it? Once you get
Gotta
it done,
eat shit.
it's up to you. But I would implore you to try and do your best. Don't worry about being perfect. Go for your dreams and try to just make them happen. And if you want to see the books, you can go to stevelichman.com. You can read a ton of it and you can buy them there. If you want to help support my future stuff so I don't have to do Kickstarters all the time to fund a ton of the books, then you can support my Patreon, which is patreon.com/Dave Raposa. And I'm going to be showing all the behind the scenes stuff on that. So you got anything out of this and you want any other information, feel free to check that out. But yeah, I appreciate you all. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for listening to this long video. I know that this is a bit intense, but if you stuck with me, I appreciate you, and I hope you do something with yourself. And if this was at all in your future, in your head, that you were going to do this, then I hope you go for it. Because nobody does. But they should. We live in a world where you can. You don't have to rely on gatekeepers. You can do it. And I just told you a version of it. Thanks a lot, and I will talk to you next time. Bye, everybody.
All right, 1 second. Just wanted to get this done. I don't know if it's the best image in the world, but it's a little messy and hard to read, but it is what it is, I guess. What I might do after this is actually do a tutorial section and then do some poses and then call it. I might even just do some comic pages. What rabbit character? You mean Judy, or you talking about Lucy Leaps?
Barnaby Jones, starring Buddy Ebsen.
Whoa, Buddy Epson. Give me a second. I'm gonna swap out.
With
Maybe I could use my
Peter Haskell,
swatcher.
Bert Breed,
I have a. Oh, look at that. It works. I'm a professional now.
and now a best-selling author, Mr. Anthony Neal. Anthony. First thing Monday morning, folks, go out and buy Tony Neal's new book, I Confess, the Story of a Professional Thief. Or if you don't want to buy one, steal one. And my next guest, representing the side of law and order, the very distinguished jurist, Judge Eldon Curran of the State Court of Appeals. So here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. My third guest this evening, a product of the streets of Los Angeles, the police academy, 4 bullet wounds, and winner of the Medal of Valor, Detective Captain Ben Wyatt. Ben? Of course, Ben's going over to our commissary in just a few moments, and we'll see what makes Wyatt Earth. Thank you, and I'll be right back. Bill, take it away.
Gary will be right back with his first guest, Detective Ben Wyatt, and his special panel of cops and robbers following this word from your local stations.
Where do you want me to wait? My dressing room?
Yeah, fine. He'll bring you out in 6 minutes on the button.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
What was the name of the thing? Said it was.
Hey everybody, I hope that you're doing well. I wanted to talk to you today about something
Steve
that's very
Lichman.
close to me, something that's very important to me, and that's
Steve Lichman. I mean, if he's doing 3 pages and they look like this every day, I thought he was doing way crazier work. I mean, listen, this is hard, especially if you're going to color these. This is Serge. Oh my god, there's F-bombs. Can't tell if this is cringe or not. Oh. Oh boy. I'm a fan of his science fiction work. I just didn't know this existed. I didn't know he did comedy bits. A lot of backgrounds he's drawing over and over. I'm not sure I'm into this kind of humor though. Honestly, the hardest part about making comics, guys, isn't the comics. It's the mentally preparing yourself for the workload involved in making comics. Especially if you have experience and you know exactly how fucking long all this shit takes. Alright, I gotta focus on doing some poses and then wrapping up soon. Or at least doing some tutorials as well and then splitting that into its own subsection. Oh. Oh.
Translator very busy. Sorry. Very good. 안녕하세요. 또 만나.
Alright, I gotta post some shit out. I'll do a few quick doodles. Oh, hey, thanks. I should probably make more peen tutorials, I guess, then. Oh. Yeah, it's funny. I look back on that as like, where did I come up with all these ideas? Because they're very creative. I think people get kind of locked into the same penises. I mean, Lord knows I have, but I was spitting fire back in the day, I guess. I really had the penis types on lockdown. Alright, I just wanted to draw a cool little bug. Maybe I can steal some Kim Jong-gi energy here. See if he draws anything more cooler.
부분이에요. 골반 부분. 자, 골반 부분은 진짜 많이 접히는 부분이에요. 많이 접히는 부분.
This is boring. Draw cool shit, you piece of crap. There we go. Draw an amazing thing in about 2 hours. See if I care. See if I care if it takes you only an hour and a half to draw all this. You think I give a shit? You think I'm jealous or anything like that? That's not even true. Why would I even be jealous? I like this armor detail he has here. These scales he drew. Need to start doing my kanji practice again. got to be a better way to do the rubby rubs. Let's see if I use this one. I've never made a tool that's supposed to make it feel like you're rubbing ink with your finger. It's never occurred to me to even try. Oh well, it's another day to do that. How long I've been drawing for? Off and on? Probably 30 years. I mean, probably I'd say persistently and consistently 15. I'm nowhere near as good as this should be considering the time spent, but a lot of that was just really not knowing how to learn and being having learning difficulties and undiagnosed ADHD. A lot of the learning I did was when I was just drawing an ass load of comics in 2012 to 2014, 15. You just make comics all the time. You do like 2 to 3 pages. I'm very old. I'm very old as far as the internet is concerned. I mean, if you've seen my art back in the mid 2000s, then you can just do the math. I'm no spring chicken, that's for sure. Y'all gonna get old. I don't even feel bad anymore. Y'all are coming this way anyway. I do like his clothing. He does a pretty good job of nailing clothes. Is he gonna drown that baby? Yeah, so the way he did this, he didn't overwork it. A lot of his line work is really like lighter. I'm kind of overworking what I'm doing here compared to what he does. A lot of his lines are just the shadow parts only. The gestalt, not the lines themselves, but the collection of lines as a whole represents something entirely differently once you're complete. And it's getting used to the idea that you're working towards the completed image, not racing to the completed image, not worrying about finessing every line. Yeah, I'm 40 something. Definitely at this point. It's never too late to get back to your fundamentals, bros. Especially if you didn't do it right the first time. Or you didn't know how to learn the first time. How is he doing this? What's interesting is that about Kim is that it's not entirely about him being extremely anatomically accurate. I wouldn't consider him, like, I know if he applies himself, he's pretty good. I think the majority of the time he's just kind of sitting on some pretty standard methods. It really, and that's the thing, that's the deadliest part of all this, is the learning happens in the recollection phase. All the learning happens in your recollection phase, and the recollection phase is best implemented through application phase. Otherwise, it just doesn't stick, and it'll go away, and it's just wasted time. What the fuck is this thing? I don't really see what his hand is over here. It's very curious. I'm just gonna let it be weird for now. Wow, you need a bit of anatomy. I don't think people would like his work if it was all fucking fucked up. All janked up and shit. I mean, you need a little anatomy if that's what you care about, not... Nice. I'll do some JoJo poses. Yeah, it's like, it's very disarming. It's very misleading what you need to do to improve, because people just sit down and then they learn anatomy and do fundamentals. The problem is it's actually very complicated to both learn and apply, because one requires the structure, time management and personal management. Is, I think, like, deciding how you plan and organize your time is probably the most important part of learning art. It's just scheduling, figuring out what you're doing that day, following up on previous concepts. A lot of art improvement just happens in the spreadsheet, and I hate to say it, and it's not fun at all. But if you actively want to learn, it's like, okay, I'm following this tutorial or this book. I did this much yesterday. Here's my review of that book today. Here's what I'm doing next. And this is how I'm applying it. It's very unglamorous and and a lot of people learn through osmosis. Like, this is the thing where people are like, draw every day, you'll improve. The reason that sort of works as advice is that you'll kind of hit what you need to do to improve, generally speaking, if you draw enough every day. You know what I mean? If you like draw every day and then you're hitting like the same like target thing over and over and over again, eventually that'll just stick because you're doing the thing. But that's not really how you improve. I don't know if you guys want to hear how you actually improve, but it's not how you do it. From all my research and all the research I've done I'll just draw it here, I'll explain it. Here's how your day should go. You should have 1 minimum hour a day. Okay? In that day, the first 5 minutes is drawing lines, ovals, boxes. And just to get this out of the way. And the only reason I say this, and I'm not saying like draw lines like freeform. I mean, have a real oval, have a real ellipse already drawn, like from a guide, have real lines already gone, and then essentially all you're trying to do in this phase is to make sure you're actually able to track those shapes. Because if you can't track these decent shapes, then you can't do more complex shapes. So just make sure these are out of the way. So if it takes you just like, if you can't stay within the lines of a shape that you're intending to make without having to hit Control Z a million times, then you need to spend more time on this. And in fact, if you start a session and you can't get this done for 5-10 minutes, then you just keep doing, oh sorry, just keep doing that. I'm gonna shrink my thing here. I need to actually change the way this works because my thing crashed and changed to, let me unzoom in. Here. So this is what it is. First things first, make sure you can actually do this. You draw, like, have straight lines and have ovals, alright, ellipse, as like guides, and just make sure you have enough discipline to actually like nail these shapes, stay within the confines of these lines. And this isn't, you know how they say like warm up to do a thing? What you're really trying to do is you're trying to be able to fit within some margin of error of a shape you're trying to draw without there being so much deviation that it's completely kind of like you're fighting it. So if I use my left hand, although my left hand's improved a lot, let's see if I can nail this. So let's change color. So it's actually kind of easy to see if you're ready or not. So you don't have to constantly do warm-ups. See, this is my left hand. And it's not too bad tracking, but the pressure's fucking off. Anyway, the point I'm making is that it's very easy to know if you can move on to the next thing. So if you can draw a line like this, you can draw an oval. You can draw a box that's within some margin of error, not completely fucked. Alright, doesn't have to be the most accurate box, but if it's like just coming out completely fucked, then work on that. Because everything after that won't really matter. You can't get like those basic components out, then everything you do after that, you're fighting against just your ability to control the pen. You don't even have control of the steering wheel, so what hopes do you have of learning anything? So first hour is this, okay? Just make sure you can at least do this sort of competently. Don't blow too much time on this. Just use it. If it only takes you 1 minute, then it's 1 minute. If it takes you 7 minutes, it takes 7 minutes. It takes 10 minutes, it takes 10 minutes. Just do it until you're within the confines to some reasonable degree. Then the next thing you're doing is you're probably going to spend 10 to 15 minutes. And this is the most disarming thing to do. What you're going to do here is you're going to recall your previous lesson. So this actually requires you having done a previous lesson for any of this to work. And if you haven't, then you're going to spend this whole lesson learning what you're going to learn tomorrow. And then what you're going to do here is that you're actually going to recall what you learned in your previous lesson. So if you learn muscles, you're like, this goes here, this cuts here, this goes over here. You're going to actually recall your whole lesson. And by recall, I mean you're going to close your eyes and like remember the drawings you did or the information you were trying to absorb, and you're going to try to like actually like recall visually. You can, if you need to close your eyes for like a few minutes and like be like, okay, I drew that on the page, but you're literally just going to recall all those things that you said were important. Okay? Because this is the test to see if you did actually retain it. There's a few reasons you do this. This is pretty bad. See, I'm still bad at this shit because I haven't been doing this enough on arms. I really hate how I draw biceps and stuff. It feels off to me, and I know I gotta do some serious sit down and learn at some point. But anyway, so you're gonna recall. And then you're gonna recall this, and then the next 10, 15, what you're going to do is you're going to correct. And by correct, I don't mean look at your reference. I don't mean look at your reference and go and like use a red line. You're going to do that at some point. And when you do that, you're not even going to do a reference. You're going to do something different. What you're going to do is you're going to reassess what you were trying to learning last time. So you have to have that on hand, either by looking at the drawings you drew the previous time or whatever you tried to gather. And then you're going to sit there and look at it for a few minutes. And if there's anything you really need to say is important, you're going to write those down, or you're going to jot breakdowns or assessments. Okay? Blah, blah, blah. You're going to do your breakdowns. You're going to try to make it, but you're going to focus on the things you know are definite. You're not going to focus on it all again. You're going to focus on what's missing or what's egregious still. Okay? And then during that time, you're going to then go back and then put the references away, put everything away again. And then you're going to apply those new observations again, and then you're going to use your mind's eye, close your eyes if you have to, and you're going to try to visualize those fixes onto the page, and you're going to apply those corrections. Okay, so by now you should be about between 30 and 45 minutes. 30, 15, 35 minutes. About 35 minutes, 35 to 40 minutes. Okay, and then you're gonna have another 50, and then once you're done doing that, what you're gonna do is, and this is gonna be annoying, there's ways to do it. I made a little program, but whatever. You're going to take a snapshot of this image, or you're gonna bring it into your program of the thing you drew, okay? Because at some point you're going to actually have to draw, like, part of what you're trying to recall, by the way, is you need to actually draw something that has a reference that you can reference. It's really important, in my opinion, that you actually do a literal comparison. So at some point you're going to try to draw the thing, a real actual version of the thing from memory perfectly. And then you're going to spend 5 minutes taking that image, okay, laying it on top of the previous one, and then literally doing like a red line correction. Like you're gonna see where everything's wrong, and you're gonna mark it, and then you're gonna hide the layover, and then you're gonna draw it again with all the new corrections. So that would look something like, you know, you'd be like, oh, that actually was down here, that was like that. Okay, you're not going to trace, you're just going to kind of note, and then you're going to remove that layover, and then you're going to make that correction looking at the reference. And that'll be your new corrected version. And with that, you'll have about 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes if you want to go an hour and some change. And you're going to learn your new lesson. And that could either be something new, like either you need, depending on how this goes, you might have to just relearn what you learned last time more permanently, so review it again. Or if you've learned enough of what this is, you can go, okay, I got these, like, let's do the forearms now more accurately, or let's move to the wrist, or let's go to the shoulder. But you're going to move to something new. You're going to do a reference image or a gesture drawing, or you're going to do a breakdown, or you're going to read a quick tutorial and then apply that tutorial, right? in any way, shape, or form, or you can even do like a, I don't suggest a one-for-one reference, but I do suggest you do like a blind silhouette and then fill in the thing after the reference is gone, or I suggest doing a flipped version of the image. So if it's like going this way, then you have to draw it this way, because this will force you to actually look at the angles and not just do a copy. It'll force you to really understand better understand, but definitely don't just do this in this phase. This will never really benefit you. There's only one time to do this, do a one-for-one. And that's when you're already corrected everything in line and you're just trying to make sure your correction fits within the boundaries. So you'd want lines like this, and you're literally looking for a direct one-for-one correction. And then once you're done that, you put that away, and then you draw. This is the learning phase, and after this, ideally, you draw for yourself, and then you apply these ideas in your drawings if they show up naturally. And if they don't, then try to find reasons to make them show up in your drawings naturally. All right, and then you go back to the start, and this is how it works. So, in my opinion, this is probably going to net you way more ground than sitting down and knuckling down. If you do this every day for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, in my opinion, you'll probably way ahead of the game, more so than you realize, because it's hitting every single thing you need, which is recalling, ensuring you've recalled and memorized what you need to learn. Not relying on the lie that is, if I can copy a drawing, then I've learned the drawing. Not true at all. It's never true. Application, free time, drawing from imagination and for yourself. And always being sure that you are never leaning against the reference image, and that you're always testing against what you actually know, not what you think you know. It is very easy to lie to yourself constantly about how much you've captured and understand an image. And without a recall section, and without a recall correction, without a true correction, like a recall, application, correction, and then reassessment and learning similar or new concepts, and then returning back to the recall without having to look at, because like when you do the recall here, the next day, you do not look at this information. This is gone now. You start back from scratch. You just recall, and if you can't recall, then you just write a note what you did last time as text. So it's a little disarming because it seems kind of, I don't want to say counterintuitive, it just doesn't seem obvious. But your core goal here is always to pluck out of your brain first. And there's scientific reasons for this, there's research, but essentially every time you remember something or you try to recall something, it adds some sort of it adds a mental plasticity to that memory, and it primes it to be tweaked and modified with what you're trying to learn. But if you look at the material first and then you draw, what happens is your brain goes, oh, I know where that reference is and I know where that information is. I'm just going to remember where to find it, not I'm going to learn how to apply it. Does that make sense? Your brain's very good at preventing itself from overthinking and spending time on resources it doesn't want to. So if the beginning of your session is always looking at the reference or always looking at the learning material first, what happens is your brain goes, well, every time I need this, I know where to find it. It's in this book, or it's on this page, or it's on Pinterest. Then you've basically sabotaged your ability to apply this free form on your own, and force your brain to actually recall it properly. Whereas if you recall it first, and then I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to create it, you're going to fucking, it feels bad to do it this way too, because every time you do it, you feel like shit, because it's like, wow, I really didn't, you really come to terms with how little you're retaining. But the idea is that all the learning happens between your sessions, not at the session. So session 1, you learn, hands, right? And let's say your problems are these fingers. And then next session, you draw hands again, and then you've discovered that, this is the only finger that has a problem now. I'm not saying this is how it works. I'm just trying to keep it to something simple. Okay? What you've learned between these 2 sessions is these 2 fingers. And it's important, this is why it's important to do these like minor increments daily and review, because you need to know when you can stop focusing on certain things. But you can only know if you fix these if you do literal if you literally reference to the point where you're tracing over the image to see how closely you've matched the source material. None of this works unless you have a very honest, direct way of comparison. And if you don't have a teacher to show you who can see better than you can, then what you need to do is you need to be like, I need to draw this reference image hand from memory without looking at it tomorrow. And then you draw it, and then you sit down and do a comparison. And if you're still far off from the mark, if you're still your hands are still like little stubby guys or whatever, if you're really far off from the mark, then you really need to then sit down and learn okay, I'm this far off, hands are too wide, always short or whatever, and you write this down. And then the next day when you do this, you just have these notes. You can read these notes. I am on Picardo TV right now as well. Yeah, I do blind contour, and I do what's it called? Blind tracing or whatever I call it. That's where you close your eyes and you actually you visualize the thing you're trying to visualize in your head, eyes closed, and then you trace that shape. So let's say, for instance, I'm going to think of a hand, and then I'm going to trace that hand. And I think this is how you cure. By the way, this is basically how I cure my aphantasia, or I really fixed a lot of my aphantasia issues. Because this forces you to actually see something. Because if you can't see something, then your pencil can't move, and if your pencil can't move, that means you can't see something. So if you can see something, even if it's just a small little periphery, let's say this is let's say for instance this is a candlestick. Right. If you can only see this much, that's still awesome. If you understand what a candle is as a silhouette, but you can't see the whole thing, but you can still see this much of it, then you just trace that. And then you just go okay, then the lip goes here, and then there's going to be a gob of wax, and then there's a wick, and then there's go back down again, there's going to be maybe a second gob of wax, and then there's going to be the edge, then there's going to be the bottom tray, and then I open my eyes and I have this, and then I can be okay, that's cool, and I'm gonna trace it again, start somewhere else. Okay, there's going to be a wax here, but I have to draw something I see with my eyes closed. I'm not guessing here. I'm literally only moving the pencil when I see it in my mind's eye first, even if it's just a vague feeling. you know. You should feel, and you know it's working because your eyes will start moving around in your eye sockets like a rapid eye movement. Once you start getting rapid eye movement, this is at its most effective. So it's like, because that means once your eyes start like moving around trying to like figure out what to draw, that means your brain is engaged with like with your visual cortex in some way to the point where you can actually draw something significant. So let's say if I'm thinking of a jacket and I'm like thinking of like where it opens like this. Okay, so that's the first part, and I close my eyes again and I'm like, this jacket will have one of those like shoulder strap things with a button here, and then it'll go back. And then it'll go down. Like that. All right. All I'm trying to visualize is a general concept, and then I'm trying to just follow a line. I'm not drawing blind, like it's the same feeling as if you're doing a blind, like look at a cup and then follow the edge of the cup, right? I learned this all myself. I did this last year. This is all like Doxy only learning. This is literally something I built myself live on Twitch. So once you get good enough at like, if you can do blind contours, I'm going to do a blind contour on a cup, right? And I actually think this is how you solve it for everybody. And I actually think this is probably, you know, if I could figure out how to get this out to the world in a way that's timely, I would. Maybe I should just write a simple book and try to sell it on Amazon, but this is basically it. You learn to do blind silhouette. You learn to do blind silhouettes first. Then you close your eyes, and if you want to just do the same shape that was in front of you, and then you don't draw what you remember, you draw the cup that's in front of you and your eyes are closed. So if you can like see the rim of the cup, then you just move down, and then you can like sort of see the edge, and then you could probably see the handle, and then you go down, and then you just do that. Okay, you're just repeating this process. And then if you do this enough, what happens is you can do more and more shapes. So for instance, you can get deeper and deeper into this concept until you can do more and more complex shapes. And what will happen is this sphere of understanding gets wider and wider. Okay, let's say for instance a coffee cup, you could only see this much. As time goes by, you can kind of see more and more and more of this, but you always have like a little laser beam that's tracing this shape. Okay, and as you get better and better, you might be able to go like, oh, I see the mouth is like this. Or here's another thing that's been happening for me sometimes. Let's say I'm drawing a hand. Okay, let's say I'm coming across a shape like an arm. Well, I need something a little more detailed. All right, so let's say I'm drawing like a gun, or I'm trying to visualize a gun. I'm not very good at this, but you know, you could come across the barrel tip like this, and then I know I'm going to come to the barrel, okay? And what I've been doing is I've been able to like just like picture a cylinder kind of appear, and then it'll disappear. So it'll appear a little bit, and then it'll sort of just basically fade away. right? It'll just kind of blink into existence and then back to not having that whole barrel. But I have enough of a concept of that is that I can trace what I felt was that 3D shape. So it's kind of like as you do this, you could start as you touch more and more shapes, you can spend more time visualizing what that shape is. So it's like you go down and then I'll come across this like handle and I'll just like flash what this shape is in 3D. But I know it'll kind of like fade away, but I'm just like trying to visualize that. But my eyes are still closed, so this will flash in and then disappear, but I'm just like, okay, I know that's a 3D shape. That makes sense. It's hard to explain all this because no one's done this before. It's literally there's no research, there's no books on this. But you're just slowly building more and more ability to visualize through little tiny baby steps. And then you look, because like no one's gonna tell me they can't close their eye, look at a ball, draw, you know, the silhouette, and then close their eyes, you know, picture a ball, and then follow the contour. Like, I don't believe that's possible. I don't believe it's possible to look at a cube, see the cube shape, follow down the cube shape, okay, and then close your eyes, see the same cube at that same angle, and follow like a laser pointer. Imagine there's a little laser pointer and it's going up and down, and then your pen is doing the exact same thing. That's all it is. It's as simple as that, okay? That's what Kim Jong-il, this is what a lot of people are doing. They're seeing this, okay? They're able to see this in their brain enough that they can actually project it with their eyes open. So they do this, and if you do this enough with your eyes closed, eventually you could look at a scrap of paper, okay? And you can sort of see this already there. It's like really faint, or might not even really like be there. And then what it ends up being is like, just picture AR glasses. You have your own built-in AR glasses. And you're kind of like just tracing what your brain has already kind of imprinted there for you. It's not going to be perfectly there. Even, you know, Kim Jong-il, he says, you know, he sees between 60 and 80% of the image there, and he just fills in the rest with what he needs, with his ability to draw. But that's where it comes from. If ever you're trying to understand how to build this, that's your pipeline. And I'm just kind of laughing recently because I guess there's like a whole community of people who are doing stuff called direct drawing. They have a term for this. It's called direct drawing. But really all it is the ability to trace your own mind's eye onto paper. And most people can do this with their eyes closed or slowly build up to it. It's just very unintuitive, and it's strange, and it doesn't feel like you're doing something. And I'm not as good as I was at it a year ago. Like, it's a muscle you build. See if I can draw, like, so you like close your eyes and imagine like a pose. Like, one thing I like to do is I close my eyes, imagine like a torso pose, and then I stop the pose, and then I try to draw that pose. And then I'll open up my eyes, and that's what I'll get. Right? I don't think I have very good... I don't want to say I have aphantasia. I just think I had very bad visualization abilities. But I think this is totally accessible. I think this stuff is extremely accessible. I don't think it's as difficult as people think. It just requires you to do something that is not evident. Because eventually you'll be able to just close your eye, like, you know, you do this enough times with enough poses, enough hands, like, oh, I need a hand that looks like You know, if you've traced enough hands with your eyes closed to know what a hand looks like at this level of confidence, I'm gonna just draw a hand with, you know, this is eyes closed drawing. This is a usable hand, nothing really that wrong with it. It's not perfect, but you know what I mean? Like, you know what a hand looks like. You could, like, you can see a wrench, right? You could see this much of a wrench. Right? Let's say like there's a wrench that's covered in everything but the tip of a wrench is covered. Right? Your mind can see this part. Your mind knows it goes like this. You're not fucking confused, right? Your brain understands this concept and it knows this is how it goes. It doesn't think it like turns into like a weird squid. It doesn't, like, it knows that's what the rest of the wrench is. So it's there, it's just not accessible to drawing, right? But if you can look at something and your brain knows it's there, then for that in that logic, then you can eventually tap the ability to just see what's there and then just trace that along with your eyes closed and then eventually with your eyes open. So it seems a little disarmingly kind of stupid in a way, but you know, if it was easy, then it'd be easy. If it was easy to put together, then someone would have figured it out already. I think this is the closest method to the direct draw concept. I mean, I still have tons of difficulty with drawing, but if I had to say, like, the lesson I'd have to teach myself when I was young to get very good at this point, it would be that. And then with this ability, there's additional, you know, if you do this sort of thing, you can recall images you've seen later down the line. I mean, there's this bicycle that I would do this visualization process where I would go and I'd like look at it and I'd trace it with my eyes closed, you know, and I did it once, so I'm going to draw it now. Okay. Not the most perfect bike, but you get the idea. Like, this is just sitting in my brain as a recall because I applied this process. I went and did it with, yeah, no, well, that's the thing I used to teach a lot with one of my earlier tutorials is blob sketching, where you just use a big foggy brush. What that does is it forces your brain to kind of apply these ideas. It's just a more kind of sidesteppy concept of this. When you blob sketch, you force your brain to sort of visualize in a way that it's not normally doing. And so your brain's like, oh, like this line could go here, this line could go here, and you start sort of doing this kind of idea, this tracing idea with your eyes closed, tracing. Just kind of in a sidesteppy roundabout way. And I think that just comes down to your brain. Like, if you have a vague idea of what you want, like a character. Do I even have an airbrush on this I use? I don't really use a lot of airbrushes. Anyway. You know, if you like, okay, if you break down this idea that this simplest concept, you're like, okay, there's a character here and there's a hand up and they're like sitting. And it's like, it's hard to fail at this idea of this drawing. And it's not so committed that you feel like you're locked in. And there's a reason why you don't want to lock in for blob sketching and why it has a lot of advantages. One of them is one of the harder things to do is to correct line, let's say you have very precise line work, right? Let me think of an idea. Like, let's say you have very small lines and they're incorrect. Even if you reduce this to really low opacity, it's still very hard to not draw what's there already. Let's say the correction is this. Now you're fighting an underdrawing, right? This is why I often blur my reference images after I've sketched them a bit, so that I'm not fighting what might be a bad idea. There's disadvantages from blurring your undersketch, but there's also advantages. And I think understanding how much you need to blur to kind of get to the perfect amount of like distraction free drawing is important as well, you know. But for some people this is enough, because now they have like, okay, I'm not stressed about the pose now. I know my character has a long neck or something, and then they need to be going over here. So like, you're not really gonna fight this blurry image anymore. Because it's a blurry, it's like blobs. You can't really, there's nothing to commit to too much. So you can let some of your visualization and some of your you can let some of your visualization and some of your imagination kind of take the wheel. Whereas if you start with a pretty like concrete sketch, then you're already baking in a lot of your bad habits and construction methods. And it gets harder and harder to fix this, because then you go over it again and then you reapply bad habits and you reapply bad ideas over and over and over again until you blur the hell out of it. Because one thing I do one thing I do, said it again, is let's say you don't want to do blob sketch, you have like some precise ideas you want to get in. Let's say I have a character, right? And I know that they have like threads that need to go like this. And I know that they need to have like a jacket. Like you need really precise ideas. You have to like, and there's spikes on the thing. Okay. And you know that they have to be you have some specificity, but you're still not sure what to do. Then you can just do something like this. Then go back and then blur this. And then you can go over this general concept you worked out and be like, okay, I remember, like, okay, you know, the silhouette is a little more established. The general ideas are there. You can go in and actually like build the model a little bit better if you need that. If you need to build all these 3D shapes. Sometimes it's just, you can kind of go back and forth with this idea where you can blur up the thing first and then apply it. You can apply a more precise idea and then blur it and work backwards again. If that helps any. Anyway, the point I'm making is that this is all very accessible. It's just not very well taught. I think, like, I could teach this to anybody. I don't know how to teach it in a way that'll get people to click on it on YouTube, but I could teach it to you guys here, no problem. So, but I don't know how to teach this on YouTube because it's very hard to explain all this in a way that's like, here's 10 tips that'll make your draw better. And it's like, do this insane shit that doesn't seem obvious. It feels like I'm selling like I don't know, it's a weird thing to try to sell to people. especially since it's so untested. Although having tested on myself, I think I've come to the acceptance that it is a very reasonable and accessible and usable method of drawing and attaining the chalice of the direct drawing skill that people are calling it now. But yeah, like here, let's see if I can. There's other things I remember recalling. There was a lamp. I don't remember a lamp. It was drawn. I walk by it sometimes. But the segments here. You know, quite often I do this just to study and help myself. Let's see, there was a let's see if I can recall this fucking, there was a car I saw recently that I took the time to do this with. I've let a bit too much time expire between the last time I saw this and drew it, so I don't know how effective I'm going to be at remembering it. But I'm recalling a very specific thing I saw. It's not a generic car, it's a very specific car. And I think this is the sort of thing you need to start doing more of, is not recalling a general car. It's, I mean, literally thinking about a time you looked at something and you drew it or whatever, and then you recall it later. Same thing with, there's what's it called? There was a motorcycle I saw. Let's see if I can remember. This one's really blurry in my memory, which means I got to do this a little more often. Fuck, this one's going to be really hard. There was, oh fuck, there's already, I fucked up. There's a mirror here. There's some shit happening down here I forgot. There's a light. There's a rack. There was a seat here. The tank went up a bit. There was a thing here. This is about the most I can remember. So it's totally a functional way to learn. It's not voodoo magic. It's just, I just don't think most people thought of doing this. Or people are doing this, but not intentionally so. They're doing it like they're drawing something out in nature, and then they're coming home and doing a nice drawing, and then, you know, they're going like, oh, I remember when I drew that flower. I remember it went like this, like this. But what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is not the accidental process of learning, but the applied process of learning. And it literally is, the majority of getting good at art is just the recollection of art. It's just the recollection of something you drew, and the closer you got to accurately representing that image when you drew it previously, the better your chances of drawing it accurately when you're not around it, and the better your chances of successfully drawing something. And it's just basically as simple as that. So you do need your basic like drawing skill abilities. You still, like, if you can't draw like a flower accurately, then you won't be able to transcribe it later with much accuracy. You know, if you're still drawing flowers like this, even when you're looking at one, when you come back to draw it later, you'll just draw that, but a little worse. But if you're like, you know, tracing the direct petal detail and understanding all the nuance of of the way the leaves interlock as you draw it, and what kind of patterns often happen with flowers as you draw it, as you draw more of them, right? Like how it feels to like do that over, you know, as time goes by. Whoops. you know, and then you can successfully draw, you know, a specific flower. I was just kind of going at a random flower, but that was the point I was making, is that you're improving at art is about successful recollecting, not, it's not mystical or magical. It's just a constant test of your memory, and it feels bad when you're trying to recollect something when you're just trying to apply it. And that's why a lot of people feel bad about drawing, is that they're searching for something, they're trying to pull something out of the ether, and there's nothing there, because they can't even, like, they've never even once like did a line silhouette, or, you know, tried to draw with their eyes closed to even know where they could go. So they've never really tested themselves with, or like looked at the reference, turned around, drawn it, and then looked back and then referenced it. And basically they've never gotten themselves in the situation to just even see what this looks like while they were looking at it, let alone, you know, far away from the reference material without even opening it in the first place. So it's the ability to both transcribe to some accuracy what you're seeing, and the ability to recall those transcriptions. And that's essentially what good art looks like to most people, is the ability to recall and transcribe accurately. If you want to really break art down to something pretty fucking boring, it's just an innate skill to recall and transcribe. And if you do that enough times, and if you've drawn enough things you like, then you can just make them do anything you want. And specifically, if you've gotten good at doing geometric constructions, then you can take all those ideas you know about. So if you, like, I know how to draw a bunch of flowers, or I know how to draw a bunch of, like, you know, motorcycle parts, and I know how to draw them in 3D space, then you can take all those pieces and components and ideas that you can accurately recollect and visually see in your mind's eye and apply, and then you can just apply those to new shapes and new concepts. You know, so if I've seen what a mirror looks like, a motorcycle mirror looks like, and I know it looks like this, you know, then now I can put motorcycle mirrors on barrels if I want to. Why I'd do that, I don't know, but conceptually, that's what drawing from imagination is just recollecting accurately, transcribing it accurately, and then applying that into new shapes, novel ideas. So if you want that, then what you need to do is what I said, which is this thing. This whole thing, I don't want to say it again, but you guys get the idea. But yeah, it's like it's not hard. It's no longer something I see as something that's hard in my mind. It's not difficult. It's just methodical and consistency, and doing things that don't look like the thing you want the end result to be. And also doing the thing you want to do and having the confidence to do it while you're not fully successful at doing it yet. So if you want to be able to draw big sceneries, that's a new skill, right? Like, one of the hardest parts about drawing isn't the drawing, it's earning the patience to draw. Like, a lot of people are just not patient, or they're like, I don't want to draw this, it's boring. It's boring because you're not patient for the subject matter, but you can earn that patience. Listen, if I can earn the patience to do hatching, then anyone can do it. Because, like, my impatience with hatching and drawing my patience with hatching wasn't really about the hatching. It wasn't doing the mechanical work. Is that the results didn't look good. I'd have to redo parts, you know. But if I knew that every hatch line was in the right spot every time I drew, and then it would only take me an hour to get a whole page of hatch work that looked great. An hour is fucking nothing as far as drawing goes. That's like, you're laughing. Most people, they get a sketch done just to start the inking phase within the first hour. If you can just ink up a whole fucking page and it's done, then there's nothing to be impatient about. But the impatience doesn't come from the actual execution. The impatience comes from the expectations and the frustration with the output not matching your expectations. So a lot of the time it just comes to doing something rotely. Like for me, when I started actually like pulling down actual hatch references and drawing them line by line to match the original hatch reference, or even like tracing over hatch referencing, once I started doing that, I was like, this actually doesn't take too long. Like, the hatching doesn't take that long mechanically and time-wise. The difficulty in the time that it's taking is actually the frustration, the undoing, the correction, the, you know, erasure. That's what's taking time. And so what you do is you learn to do it closer and closer to how other people have learned to do it, and after a while you gain and earn a patience to the subject or the process just from the act alone. And I am not a patient person. I am not a detail-oriented person. And I just think if I can do this, then most people should be able to do it, because it's something I felt was pretty inaccessible to me. It's not to say that I'm good at it. I'm good at it every day. And quite frankly, my opinion is a lot of artists are good not because they're good. They're good because they're patient and detail-oriented. My lack of a patience and lack of focus and lack of ability to commit and correct, you know, mistakes. I'm going to charge my pen. Comes down to just lack of patience. But if I were a more patient or perceptive or detail-oriented person, I'd just be a better artist by far. And that's just something you're going to have to learn if you want to improve at art. If you're not a perceptive person, you're not a patient person, then it's just going to get even more difficult, because you're just going to miss the corrections every single time. Especially if you're a self-taught artist, no one's there to slap your fingers and tell you you're missing the same issue over and over. I'm gonna take a short break, and then I'm gonna do references. But I think I'm going to write that book and just toss it up on self-published Amazon. I'm going to give it a big time. I'm going to just say how to draw from memory. Fuck it. Might as well just make it happen. I don't care if I don't really have enough education or enough evidence. I'm just going to throw it up there and let people know they can do it. I mean, I have ADHD. I have ADHD and bipolar too. I have them really badly too. I have severe learning difficulties. I'd say I was the kind of student that every year when I was in school, they do tests on me to see if I should go into slow class. I was right at the cusp of being almost considered too slow for regular school. To the point where they put me in one of those classes once, and then the teacher there said, he doesn't belong here. I'm notoriously bad, low attention person. Fidgety, hard to focus, scatterbrain. So, if you have ADHD and it's really bad, and I'm like late life diagnosed ADHD person, and the only reason I came to the conclusion I did tests is because I was going to Japanese language school. And literally every moron around me was getting ahead of me. I was spending all this time trying to learn and really committing, and then these people around me weren't even bothering to try. And surpassing me, and I'm like, there's got to be something wrong with my fucking brain. There's no way these morons are smarter than me. And they're not smarter than me. But intellect and ability to like learn and focus and pay attention are not the exact same thing. Right? They're not very related. The ability to reason is not the same as the ability to commit and focus. And if anything, when I did my ADHD test, it was the person who was it was the person who was doing the test who was like, on their report, they're like, yeah, this guy uses a lot of reasoning and self-talk to solve all these things they're really weak at. So it was their opinion that a lot of my reasoning skills were born from the inability to process because of my extreme low processing and low short-term memory and bad math processing abilities. And so like my brain was just like, oh, I don't know how to do this shit, but if I can talk myself through all this stuff through like by logicking my way through it. Like for a lot of people, learning is just being told this is how you do it. And then the person going, oh, this is how you do it, and then they do that thing and now they're doing it. That's never been my experience, but a lot of people can just go to school and be told how to do it, and then they repeat that process, and then they're successful at drawing or whatever it is. Not everyone's kind of in that boat, and some of it's just like personality flaws. I think there's definitely I don't want to say arrogance, but like I gotta learn everything myself every time sort of ishness to the but I don't think ADHD is I don't think people who have ADHD are of that personality because they want to have that personality. I think it's because if you have ADHD, especially if it's pretty bad, and then you go to school and everyone else is getting something from it and you don't, you never get anything from school, then you learn to distrust education. And once you start learning to distrust education, then you no longer are an active participant in the process, and then you've come to the conclusion, well, I'm going to have to learn it my own way because the ways that are used to teach people don't work on me. And it's just because you're being taught a way that works for the majority of people who are not neurodivergent. You can learn. In fact, I think ADHD people can learn exceptionally well. They just learn in a vastly different way that involves novelty, hands-on experience, exploration, invention, and so forth. But if you don't nurture that system, and then capitalist society doesn't really nurture you exploring and having fun, trying to understand things, then you're going to distrust learning and education. So I think it's clear. I think it's easy to just say, oh, like, you know, I can't learn well. I just think it's not really the situation. I think it's just that you can't learn within the expectations. And it's, listen, if I could just be taught, if I could go to school and go to like art school and be like, do this and do this and do this, and then I go, yes, and then I remember what the teacher said, and then I apply what the teacher said, then I'd be like, yes, school's fucking awesome. And then you just like listen to someone, and then you go, yes, and then it goes in your brain, and then the next day you remember what that was, and then you apply what that was said. If that had been my reality, then I wouldn't really have had a bone to pick with school. I would have just been like, but my reality was just like, I'm so fucking bored right now. I don't know what the fuck's happening. I'm chewing my pencils and like my brain's constantly moving. And then the teacher thinks I'm distracted, and I am distracted because I can't fucking stand that nothing's happening and that everything's so fucking slow. And then anytime you do try to apply yourself, you know, most teachers aren't going to be able to notice the difference in your mental state to try to like commit or stick to the way the confines of the system works. So then they don't know to reward or to like, you know, be there to be like, okay, I see this student trying more, so they're just gonna go, okay, this is a C- student forever, and I'm just gonna write them off as a C- student. I'm not gonna bother thinking about them trying or trying to correct their behavior or wanting to do better. They're just a C-, and they're gonna be a C- until they're done school. And so you're stuck in that situation where even if you did attempt, even if you made a big old effort, no one would be there to really give a shit or to even notice in the first place. So there's no real path to correction, even if you wanted to enter into normal society and try to play by its rules. There's no path there really for most people who have learning difficulties. So, and that just tracks through your life year by year, where you're like, well, I'm unteachable. I don't feel like a moron, but I feel like a moron. That's what ADHD feels like, and or whatever other most learning difficulties feel like. It's you're not a moron, but you feel like one, and it's coming to terms. Yeah, the same thing to me. I didn't even finish 11th grade, and I did 11th grade 3 times for 3 semesters. I kept trying to do it, and I was like, I can't. I was a notoriously bad student, to the point where I think by the end I was getting sub 40 grades. I was going to every class. I wasn't like these other students who just show up and nail everything and then weren't there most of the time, but still didn't get penalized for that. I was showing at every class and getting like sub 60, 50 out of 100. Just out of pure, and it's not that I wasn't interested in a lot of the subject matter. I was just like phenomenally unteachable. And I'll be honest, I wouldn't want to teach myself. If I had myself as a fucking a student, I'd be like, oh my god, fucking kill me, get this kid out of my face, you know. Not to yap too much about that. But yeah, no, if you guys are under the impression that like I'm in a unique position to learn, I'm not. If anything, considering the amount of time I've drawn and years I spent drawing, I should be far better than I am. But I'm just, it's been very difficult for me to improve, and the only times I can improve is when I can only do art and only think art. And as a person with ADHD, you can only get those moments of total absolute focus, you know, especially if you've got bipolar 2, the bear in the wings, making sure that you're sometimes interested in life and sometimes you have anhedonia. Then you got these small windows where you can kind of sprint forward in a way most other people can't, because your hyperfixation will give you an advantage. But the problem is that life does not reward you being life does not reward inconsistency, it rewards consistency.